turn off the echo. I find I'm committed to this bit, which is unusual. This is far and away the most times I've like decided to click the stream button again after already doing it. But you know, I want to make it through this. I can have chat so I can actually see. I wish I could make. I should pop out the chat. That's the way to do it. Like that. There we go. Success. Okay, we try resuming from dungeon. My controllers have a new leaf on life. I need more reviver seeds. And we go on. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I know what I'm doing. The game is, this might be, I would say like Sky Pillar onwards is like the most tenuous part of the game. It's where we're still trying to go fast, but the game is like, we're in the end game. The game is actually hard, and we just kind of have to like scrounge our way through. Whereas once we, you know, access Buried Relic and just start like grinding stat boosting items for a minute, I would buy a Reviver Seed. I can't pick it up. I would personally, I would eat an orange berry. If you ask me my, my die-hard opinion, I would eat an orange berry. And I would pay Kekleon, because I'm not brave enough to try to boost the word of special defense. That sounds actually probably worthwhile. If you're running Scary Man, if I'd like spent a little bit thinking about it, I don't think I would have wasted that max elixir. I would have sacrificed a different item. But, you know, you live and learn. You live and you learn and you level up. Okay. A TM. It's Reflect. That is worthwhile if you ask me. What's this? Max elixir. Not bothered. Okay. We do use the Chesterberry then. Timer. Where's my Chesterberry? Here it is. I think this might be the last floor. I hope it's the last floor. I would like the box. We don't need Shadow Claw. Oh no, I've had the timer stopped. Drat. That's okay. We can come back from that using the VOD timestamp, I believe. I'll figure that out. Whoops. There's a lot of like moving bits to do this right. It's not easy. Wow. It's a cool cutscene. Don't remember this from the olden times. Martrop, you were fighting a losing battle there, my friend. See, I feel like it would be kind of fitting if they changed this Ninetales to an Alolan Ninetales to keep with the spooky ice theme. We've just witnessed a classic example of mob mentality at work. A witch hunt of the most dire capacities. Proof, I suppose, that Alex Sam really had to dump wisdom to increase its intelligence to that extent. Abel, we've done it. There's only 2 more dungeons, and then we complete the run. Isn't that crazy? And just like that, the propaganda wing of our cabal has shown up to spread the good word to the citizenry. The good word states that we are in fact not criminals. Okay, we've resolved the immediate storyline. I suppose while I'm spamming B, I really do need to be planning out my work. I feel like I ought to make these videos partially just because like you want to have some kind of like record of your own existence which is it's a strange kind of human desire. It's like this kind of fear of mortality thing, where I'm like, well, anything else that happens, there'll always be this video on Twitch of me just sitting in a chair, like, doing nothing important. Okay, what am I actually doing here? Storing some stuff. Restore this, restore this, restore this, restore this. I don't want sludge bomb. Why is this menu so hard to control? Okay, I don't really mind taking sludge bomb with me, I suppose. On to the next problem. Okay, so we Abel, hi. Okay, we're pretty rich, which is good. Abel, you don't make this easy. Abel. Okay. So there's only, I think, 3 more dungeons. We've got to do the Mankey side quest. We've got to do the Groudon fight, and then we've got to do Rayquaza. And then we're done with the any percent run. Go, go, go. Oh, Mr. Abel. Very good. So we're now kitting out Martrop to be a boss defeater. Layers to debuff defense and low sweep to debuff speed, hopefully. We want Absol to know Sword Dance. We want to that looks excellent. And we just go on. We press on. Move settings. Turn on our moves. And now we're good to go. So I believe for this dungeon the actual goal is going to be we have to find chestnuts, the item, and then the monkeys will like build us our superior secret base at the end. But means that there's a bit of RNG involved about whether we get them quickly or not. That was some superior power. concerned with Medibar at the moment. I don't think it's very time efficient to... No. I don't think it's very time efficient to try to recruit things as we go, because it will get so much faster once we have all of the friend areas and all the relevant friend areas. Chestnut. And the friend band. Friend. Okay, we don't want Absol using these dark type moves. Pikachu. Not bad. I've been outsmarted by the Mankey seismic tossing itself. Okay, we don't mind. Okay, so yeah, we'll have to go farm. Farm some chestnuts from the... useful as well. I have 2 already. That's pretty good. Means we only need 1 more. Okay. Now, there should be 1 guaranteed or semi-guaranteed chestnut on the 3rd floor. So I'm not too concerned with like finding everything. But I am a bit scared of that room up in the top left, which has slash just better than bite, better than pursuit. Okay, we have to relink that, but I think well, I'm glad we came in from this side, because that monster house could have been a major threat. There was a chestnut on that floor, but I didn't want to risk madness happening in the monster house, so we're just moving on. Good work, Pikachu. We move on. We've lost both Absol and Pikachu, which is not ideal. Did we at least get a? We got 2 chestnuts. Okay. So as long as we can get out of here, we're fine. I would love to find some stairs right about now. A PP leech trap. Okay. We're all good. Not any kind of concern for our long-term prospects. Finally, I can live inside a sculpture of my own face. Okay, now we want to run the illusory grotto a few times, I believe. An invitation. So an invitation will allow us to access a mystery house later in the game, which is enormous because there are some Pokemon that you can only get from mystery houses. In particular, Riolu and Lucario, which I think are like probably the final Pokemon that we will have to recruit. They are very, very annoying to acquire. Okay, one more illusory dungeon, and then the Groudon mission should begin. Let me see. Oh, man. This one is if I've like sunk cost fallacied myself a bit, because streaming is it's not the life for me, I don't think. It's very tiring, and because you don't have any like control over your own like the way you're going to be perceived. You know, you can't like be your own editor and cut out all the long silences and tangents that don't go anywhere and technological difficulties. It's quite stressful in a way that like recording and then editing is not. But it's also quite compelling. Like it's clearly compelling because I keep wanting to do it, even though it's like, I don't know, something about the mind is incomprehensible to me. I don't understand my own motivating force. But it doesn't matter. We merely have to beat this run as quickly as possible. And I will edit this down anyway, so I suppose I just kind of take the L on live engagement and try to make up what I lost in the editing room. We have a meganium sighting. Artillery is such a funny Pokemon. I feel like we should just unban Moody on Octillery specifically, just for like the sheer joy of having Octillery be the most undefeatable Pokemon in OU. Although I don't think it's in Scarlet and Violet. Gen 10. Pokemon Champions Gen 10 Octillery. Octillery's time to shine. We'll get Mega Octillery. It'll evolve into like a kind of Death Star style, like laser cannon, because it starts off with a handgun. It becomes a cannon. I mean, you can only go up from there. I can make a lot of Reviver Seeds now. Interesting that we can just have chestnuts now. Okay, so the next two dungeons are a skill check. Up until now it's been just go as fast as you can. You're not in too much danger as long as you like play your cards right. But this fight and then Sky Pillar are serious business. We're gonna want Foe Hold Orbs. We're gonna want I suppose some slow ones too. And then I think it's worth checking. Nothing of value there. Oh, right, there's one more oddity cave. Okay, well that's fine. It's not actually oddity cave we want to be in, is it? My timer... Oh. There we go. Let me out of here. I don't even know what oddity cave is. It's like a whole new experience for me. Fighting level 2 Zubats. Oh, Machop died. I don't want to revive Machop, thank you. It's a disaster. I thought we were just gonna go fight Groudon, but no, we have a whole. There's definitely no way we've got Barboach's Reindeer yet. One more floor, probably. If it's more than 5 floors, I will be living in immense regret. It was more than 5 floors. What have you done, Pikachu? Oh my god. It didn't have to be this way. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Okay. market for I'm in the market for an invitation. I probably am. And we have a lot of incentive, I think, to buy as many cheaper camps as we can too. Particularly, we need the safari. Yes. And then we need Heracross and Mischievous's dungeons, which are not the Secret of Forest, but this will unlock the Overworld dungeon for Mischievous, the Overgrown Forest for Heracross. Ta-da! And a place with a spooky name. Not the Ravaged Field. Should buy this. Very good. We are as prepared as we're gonna get. The penultimate challenge, Abel. It's the penultimate challenge. I should start thinking about. I guess I'm just gonna talk into my little soapbox. That's the word, right? Soapbox. About my work. I do need to write up the results section. I should probably do that today. And then it might be worth writing up a script for a more colloquial discussion section. And then I can put out a video on it, and then I can do my formal discussion. I think that's right. we move on. Move on. We don't mind a solar rock, I think. I do mind about Poison Point though. Poison Point is not ideal. Don't need it. Do we need to change tactics? Because this feels like incredibly dangerous. What happens if I just throw? That would be tragic. Ooh, yes. That is amazing for Pikachu. Reviver Seed is really good. XP is really good. I think I do, right? I mean, there's a danger here because it is costly to use Invitation, and I'm gonna have to try to keep whoever I get alive. However, and I'm not gonna be able to keep them anyway. But it's probably still worth it. I get a lot of stuff. I get a perfect apple. Ah, man, I wish I had Mount Moondew unlocked because Rapid Bullseye is absolutely crazy. Oops. Cloister is also kind of crazy. Okay. Press on. We press on. So we have kind of assembled the entire squad, which if we keep them alive till the boss fight, will give us a lot of fodder that I think can be quite useful. I don't think we go in. I need to save invitations for when we're actually out. Proper recruiting. Claydol is amazing to have. Oh. Thank you, Crobat. Nineteenth floor. We're getting there. We are getting there. Fine, Claydol, you did your job. I salute you. But I will not waste my... I will not be wasting my Reviver Seeds on this one. It would be one thing if I could keep them after the fact, but without any way to get their camps, I don't think it's worth my time seriously trying to preserve Claydol and Crobat and Solar Rock and such. Good stair placement. We proceed. We proceed. Sorry, Lunatone. Already had one of you and it didn't work out so well for them. Why? What hurt us? Oh my god. I do not like Golem. Oh my god. We have a revival orb. So I actually didn't need to use that reviver seed. I will in fact be praying that I find the save. Okay. here we deposit this and this and this and this and this. Let me continue. We're using an awful lot of revives. You just back us up. Abel, I think we've done it. I think we've made it to okay, the penultimate challenge. I know my commentary has been essentially nil, but I think I'm here for the speed run and recording the speed run over. Didn't mean to do that. Over, you know, making amazing in situ content. We're pretty happy to see Groudon wasting turns attacking our trash recruit instead of our important main characters who actually do damage. We got the layer off. We got the speed down. We got the critical Crobat wing attack for 36 damage. Is there a phase 2? Sometimes there's a phase 2 in something as tragic as this. Okay. Now the timer says we're going to be about to hit the 4-hour mark. That's false. The timer is maybe 15 minutes behind the actual time, which I'll have to deduce from the VOD. But it's not... Is that the moon? Maybe this game is why I have like a deep-seated fear of the moon falling from the sky. Like I played Mystery Dungeon one too many times as a child, in which the moon falls from the sky, and it just gave me some kind of primal fear. But like, there's something kind of terrifying about the way the moon works, because there's nothing holding it. Like, I mean, there's gravity holding it in place, but there's nothing like physical holding the moon at that distance away from the Earth, and the moon is moving incredibly fast relative to the Earth. It just happens to be missing every time it falls towards us. I find it distressing, the moon. I know it's not gonna... I know that there are kind of more prescient concerns in life than the moon, but even like an asteroid is quite scary. Like just the idea that at any moment in time there's some chance that an asteroid just strikes us from the depths of space, and unless we can kind of corral a Rayquaza, we're just dead. Like that's it. I don't really like the thought. Okay, so this is the end game. I think we just take everything we can use. Well, everything that is like for example, do we just take all 7 of these reviver seeds? I think we do. Okay, so our final inventory. Well, we've got a little bit of space left. Our final-ish inventory is 11 reviver seeds and 2 revive orbs. And then we probably want... Do we really need 11 reviver seeds? Let's make it 10, and let's put this perfect apple away. And let's put away... No, we'll keep the invitation. It's probably it's probably actually a worthy use of an invitation, just because we'll get some fodder, and I think the fodder did us quite a lot of good. And then we'll take 6 orange berries. Okay. We buy camps. I think you could probably... I was kind of brainstorming this overnight, I think you could come up with like an optimal camp buying order, where like you'd buy all the camps that worked for a particular zone, farm that zone till you had every Pokemon, and then buy like the next cheapest zone. There would be like an objectively correct order that you could figure out. But because I'm not doing any recruiting until I have a decent amount of money anyway, I'm pretty sure it's fine to just buy all the cheapest ones. And then kind of go from there. The evil vision. Right, so Gengar was the evil human all along. That makes perfect sense, actually. The Mystery Dungeon storytelling strategy, I think, it's pretty clever. Like, it's very simple, and you know, the characters are all kind of very archetypical, and the world building is just like, you know, everything in service of this particular quest of being a rescue team. But I do think that it's well written. Like it doesn't come off as too corny. I think it's very easy to do a story like this in a corny way, and it's not too corny. This game is cornier than Sky, which I think is a geniusly written game. But you know, it's for kids, so I think it's perfectly great. Okay. I have in my life spent probably upwards of like 20 hours in Sky Pillar alone. This dungeon like tormented me when I was young. Like I just could not for the life of me beat it. I didn't know what I was doing. I refused to link moves because I thought that like that must be terrible. And I just brute force things without doing any grinding, but then I haven't done any grinding here either. So all I can do is really hope that in the 15 years of my life that I've lived since I last entered this realm, I've sort of gained some kind of higher order cognitive abilities. I think I'm probably actually slower in terms of like ability to do math quickly and this kind of thing than I was at 9. You kind of plateau early in terms of like brute cognitive power, but maybe you gain some kind of wider body of knowledge that you can draw upon to overcome these situations. Also, the internet has become much more accessible, and the internet is largely what I'm using to do this. I've been playing part of the reason that I wanted to do these streams is because I've been playing the video game Blueprints a lot. Blueprints is like an incredible game. It's amazing. It's a puzzle game, and it's just so well constructed. There's so many layers to the mysteries and the puzzles. You kind of complete the main objective, and you're only just barely scratching the surface of what. Okay, this is not a good start. Absol's bailed me out. Ouch. There's so much depth to Blueprints, and I keep thinking I wish I'd streamed it, because some of those moments of realization are like amazing, and I was feeling like such a like expanded mind thinker as I was playing through it. And I know that's like ego talking, and that the game is designed to like make you feel like a genius for figuring out these puzzles, but it does, and it's so satisfying. And I wish some of those moments had been recorded. And I also wish that my just like immense failures had been recorded too, because there's some bitter irony in watching people dance around the solution to a puzzle without solving it when you know the answer, and you're just like, come on, man, like it's right in front of you, and you're so close, and you're like, you're seeing it, and you know, I think you get the highs and you get the lows. It's good content, is what I'm saying. But I didn't record it because I was in a bit of a state of distress, and so I was using Blueprints as a way to like escape the compacting force that was the real world. But in hindsight, like it would have made for a good stream, I think. And I've been watching one of the greatest YouTube channels on YouTube is Cracking the Cryptic. I'm sure if you're a fan of the channel, you will have heard of them. Well, maybe not. I guess they're not really in the Pokemon circle. They do primarily Sudoku related videos, and those are great. Really makes you wanna play Sudoku. But then they occasionally do like live streams of puzzle games. They did The Witness, and that was an excellent game. And then they did Blueprints. They've been doing Blueprints, and it's the first like live stream I've watched through in years. But it's so satisfying, because you know, if there are puzzles you don't know the answer to, then you're kind of like trying to figure it out before they can. And if you do know the answer to, then it's so interesting to watch their brains work, because they are like, they're not gamers, so they don't see the gamer style patterns, but the actual puzzle patterns, they... Ooh, I would like to drink that. They see things that like I see, but it takes me 6 hours to see them, and it takes them 6 minutes. So anyway, those streams are amazing, and they're kind of why I'm like feeling like recording this. But the reason I've chosen Mystery Dungeon is because I wanted to play through it, but I wanted to kind of justify the time a little bit more. You know, like I wanted to give myself some kind of goal or puzzle or something to get out of it. And I think that a streamed speedrun is quite a good motivator. That sounds really useful, that all dodge orb. Now, Masquerain is a Pokemon that we want to recruit. My endgame team, my plan for an endgame team is for it to be Masquerain, Dustox, Heracross. And I know that sounds kind of crazy, because Masquerain and Dustox are two of the most abysmal, like, unusable Pokemon. Well, okay, that's a little bit unfair to Masquerain. Masquerain has actually had a bit of a niche as a, like, fast, sticky web setter. It was, you know, it was in contention with Spidops in the early gen because there were just no good sticky web setters. Now that we've got Araquanid and Ribombee, like, no one's thinking about Masquerain anymore. But in the early gen, before the DLCs gave us, like, I mean, I'm not saying Ribombee is like the greatest thing ever, but when your competition is when your competition is Masquerain, I can see how Ribombee looks pretty amazing by comparison. But in this game, there's a hard stat cap of 250 in every stat except HP and 500 in HP. And what that means is that, should I even be reviving Marchop? Because it, I think I should be reviving Marchop, but I should be playing as Marchop. So, I should be playing as Marchop, and this floor is going really badly for me. And staying away from fights that I don't have to enter. Marchop is actually unable to do any damage at all to ghost types, of which there are many in this dungeon. Oh, wait, did I just abandon Marchop completely? Whoops. Well, I suppose we no longer have to worry. I don't think it's actually that bad that we've lost Marchop. Keeping Marchop alive all the way to the top of Sky Tower would have required Pikachu. I don't want you going that way. That's a monster house, and we leave those be if we possibly can avoid them. Keeping Marchop alive through this whole dungeon could have taken like 10 Reviver Seeds, which is all of our Reviver Seeds, whereas our other two Pokemon can actually handle themselves. Having Marchop would... I guess Lydian is another option for supporter, but I really like Dustox. Dustox is such a fun Pokemon, and I think it gets... You want like healing move, screens. So we're actually... I know you guys really want to go into that monster house. But you don't really want to go into that monster house. I'm using my Tata Orb. It didn't help me enough. That's unfortunate. That's almost the way. Okay. Oh no. Fire blitz. My goodness. Okay, I walked absolutely that one. That one's my bad. Able. You okay? Yeah, meow. Wow. $17. 18. We move on. Okay. Lydian's a menace to society. Doing this makes me think that I would actually... Like, there's something kind of compelling about trying to speedrun a game like this. And just trying to do the any percent, which I haven't attempted, really. But there is something kind of compelling about that. The problem is it seems like you could just get screwed over in Sky Pillar and then lose everything at the very end. And it's a lot of like... It's a lot of skipping through cutscenes to go through in order to just get unlucky. I know that that's like the game of speedrunning. You're just getting into that if you put that timer up on the top of the screen. But it does require bravery. I suppose maybe it's not that different from like a Nuzlocke where you can just wipe from bad RNG on the champion. Okay, this has been... Okay, that's a monster house, Absol. We're not going in there. No, we're not going in there. We're going this way. Absol really wants to do it. Pikachu, you went in the bottom. You maniac. Oh, this is not good. Okay. Do this. We tell Absol to wait there, and then we have to do this. Can we survive? We survive the horror. No, I still think we should split up. Oh, do I? I do. I do still think it's worth. Splitting up to increase your chance of finding the stairs. It's just scary. Stairs located. I believe there's like 35 floors, so we are more than halfway up. $25 is good. The sandstorm. Okay. Confusion trap is annoying, but it's not the worst place for it, really. Okay. Oh, right, I've got Twitch open, don't I? Check Twitch chat. I forgot about that. Yeah, I am. I'm in the Sky Tower. It's a wonderful place. I'm not really making any attempt to make this a watchable stream. I'm just trying to, you know, have it for what's the word? My mind is gone. You know, it's for perpetuity or what have you. let the record be known that like this phase of my life did in fact exist. Revive a seed, revive a seed. Okay. Revive orbs. Confusion wand. Oranberry. Okie doke. Oh, Marchop's back. How nice. I didn't know that was going to happen. It's a good little bonus. Oh, Mr. Abel. What's happened to you, Pikachu? I don't know if Abel's visible on the camera. But he's certainly very erratic. I should be controlling Marchop for sure. Oh, that's a bad miss. Okay, we're getting blown out here. We don't use. We defeat the Flygon. We get to the stairs. We orb. find me, Tropius. We go on. Almost at the top, I believe. We cross our fingers that Pikachu knows what the heck it's doing. It does. Pikachu knows exactly what it's doing. And then... my god, Abel. This is quite the position. We accept the experience. This is certainly the least speedy part of the speedrun. You'd have to be so brave to, like, truly speedrun this bit. Well, you'd have to be so good, because it's pretty worrying. And thus you make it to the top of Sky Tower, a landmark in central Auckland, in the most populated city in New Zealand. They say that if you make it to the top of the Sky Tower on a sunny day, you may in fact get hit by a meteor, if you're lucky. Oh, there's a cat. Okay, so Pikachu time, and we want to use an all dodge orb. And then we want to hit it with a slow one. And then we want to hit it with a confusion wand. We're gonna get blown around, and we want a tactics meeting to go after foes. Yes, yes. And then we want to get heads back into the fight. Oh dear. Actually, not so bad. I think we've got him. I think he's out of luck. And with that, we have a sub 5 hour completion of this game, which, I mean, it's nothing very special, but take what we can get. Table. That's just a lot of clicking A for a while, so we can kind of chill. Abel's quite happy with my decision to just stare at this instead of doing any work. I'm doing cognitive work, you know, and the neurons are firing. It's interesting. I ran the anosims as on the superfamily level data, and you still get a statistically significant difference between the sites. Like the p-values are very low. It's very happy to say that there's a meaningful difference in community between each of the treatment sites. The problem is the effect size is also really tiny. So it's like we have a significant effect, but it doesn't mean that much. It's only accounting for 5 to 10% of the variation. So it'll be interesting to interpret. I don't think you ever expect a very high effect size in biology because you never get consistent samples. There's always going to be a crazy amount of variation and rare species and all this. So 10-20% effect size. I found a paper that says the average effect size, R squared value for an ecological study is 19%, or R is equal to 0.19, which it is terrible from a linear regression standpoint. If you had a R squared value on a linear regression line of 0.1, it would just look like noise. You'd hardly have any noticeable effect. But that might be. I think it's just kind of standard for these high variation ecological surveys. But it still makes talking about or interpreting the results as with all science, you've got to couch your interpretation in layers of maybe and further research might show, and all this, we're a long way off from any kind of, I think, strong conclusions. But I was fully expecting the superfamilies to just say nothing, because when you look at the superfamily data, like in an ordination or just in a spreadsheet, like I can't see really a difference, except I think for N2 where there's a whole lot of ants, and then you're like, okay, there's a whole lot of ants. But for everything else, like, I don't know. I need to run the indicator species test on that to figure out which superfamilies are actually contributing, because it's a bit unclear. I suspect it's ichneumons in the forest sites compared to the field sites. But I will need the stats to really find out. This is a deep cut reference, but this ending, the ending of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, is actually a reference to the Brandon Sanderson novel Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. If anyone's read that book, you'll be able to see why. But spoilers for anyone who hasn't read it. In Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, the Pokemon Xatu stands on the edge of a cliff and watches as a golden orb floats off into the sunset. I thought it was quite strange that Brandon Sanderson would just include a Xatu, because I didn't think he had the rights to use Xatu. I thought that was like copyright Nintendo, and also I thought that like he didn't want to mess up the Cosmere by adding, like making Pokemon canon. That seems like a very dodgy, dangerous maneuver. But I mean, the work speaks for itself, I think. From a speedrunning perspective, I definitely lost a lot of time in those last 3 dungeons because I was being so cautious. And I had Reviver Seeds left over, so I could have been more brave, but we're in for a slightly longer game than a typical any percent speedrun. So we hold on. We hold on, don't we, Abel? We hold on. Abel, you're the main character now. Yeah. Seems like a superior camera angle, don't you think? There's a better camera angle. Oh, you're off. Okay, it was not a better camera. I suspect we're at like exactly 5 hours. I don't think that I spent that long playing before I noticed that the timer wasn't running, but I did spend a non-zero amount of time. might not look like I'm like doing intense gameplay stuff, but I'm spamming A like my heart depends on it, even though it has zero effect on anything here. I suppose I should be treating this like training for my budding radio career, right? Like if you're a radio host, you have to do this. You have to just keep talking and finding more things to say. Now, you may have something slightly more engaging as a substrate. Like usually you are talking to people or about things rather than, trying to focus your brain on something and having the talking just run as a background process while you're actually focusing. But I think it's a similar enough career, and I could maybe be a radio host. I think I need to get elocution lessons though. I think that, and maybe a new jaw as well. I think that you gotta have a voice for it, and the standards are probably a little bit higher in public radio. But I do see actually quite a lot of value in this streaming as practice for like communication. I'm very interested in science communication and trying to convey ideas to people in a way that is like bearable and not condescending, but also not like jargony. And it's very hard to strike that balance, I think. I think that you see a lot of people trying to get away from jargon but veering into condescension. And you see a lot of people resisting condescension by employing jargon. And neither of those are very helpful, I think. It's kind of a game of threading the needle. Trying to think of how I'm going to structure my talk for. I know this isn't like very gripping speedrun related content, but we are just watching the credits roll for like an ambiguous amount of time. How to structure my talk about my masters that I'm going to have to give next month. I think that there's a part of me that wants to be really colloquial about it and just be like, look at these cool wasps I found. Here's some interesting stuff about them. I think that might just be like a compelling way to do a PowerPoint. Like back off a bit on the science. Keep the science for the masters. I mean, not the science. Back off from the math and the statistics. And give the people what they want, which is photos of micro wasps. So I could, I suppose, make like an hour, 2 hour long video about it for the channel and then cut that down to a... Like if I made a PowerPoint slide for every morphotype that I found, which would be 170 odd wasps, then I then did like a channel video about all of them, then I would have a very good overview of like what's happening, what I want to talk about, and then I can easily like cut whole chunks out and get down to 12 minutes. After the fact? Okay, we are on the main menu, which means I want to pause the timer and see if I can figure out Oh, there's been chat. I haven't seen any of this. I'm having a look now. Let me. April wishes to remain anonymous. It's true. The reason it took the other person 3 days to finish is that finishing the main game is not the part that takes the longest. The fastest run of the main game, like up to where I've got, is about 2 hours and 40 minutes. So it took me almost double the time of the fastest person. But we're trying to capture every single Pokemon, which is going to take... Okay, so I'm gonna find out when I started the timer and then just add a little bit. Okay, so here, so that was at 2:07:09, and I clicked begin at it might actually be inefficient to do this like from the stream versus ending the stream and then 12:34. Okay, so I'll just add like an extra minute. I'll say 2:13 to 2:06 would be 7 minutes. So I'm just going to increment the timer by 7 minutes. That's going to be slightly over. Like I have actually spent slightly less than 7 minutes without the timer running. But for the sake of honesty and such, I'm willing to just bump it up. So 4:57. There we go. Okay, did that work? Yes. And now we may start the timer again and continue. Okay. Crisis averted. Yeah, I know, good lord. Thankfully, I suspect that the category that we're going for, the one that took 3 days, is much less competitive than the main speedrunning category. Like there's like dozens of people who've tried it and they've done it over and over again to optimize, whereas only one person has ever submitted like evidence that they've achieved the goal that we're trying to achieve. I'm sure like heaps of people have, because it's like if you 100% the game, then it's what you get. But it may take less than 3 days to do this, and then we get the world record, or it may take 3 days. But I can't imagine it taking like 60 hours to achieve this. We'll see. We'll see. I may be getting into something beyond my own comprehension. I am live right now. This is live. This is live chat. Yeah. Thank you. You're welcome to being a #1 a #1 chatter. We're doing a speed run of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I feel like Mystery Dungeon is quite a hard sell. Like, I love Mystery Dungeon, but a lot of people are like, I don't really get it. Like Lou is like not really into it. I'm out here like trying to convert people and be like, no, trust me, Mystery Dungeon, it's a superior game. You've got to. That's okay. Last night's stream especially was really boring because I know it is pretty nostalgic playing this game. I didn't really want to do it, but I accidentally like didn't have my video playing, and so I was getting like I made it like 3 hours into the game, and then I was like, oh no, I have to restart. And so last night I was like, I'm gonna just like speed through it and not talk and just like, you know, take it seriously or something. Okay, so what we want to do, I think, is we want to find a Heracross. Heracross is the first. And we want to learn. Okay, yes. Yeah, it's a remaster. It's exactly the same game. They've just like updated the graphics and yeah, it came out a few years ago, but I never got around to playing it until now. It's pretty nostalgic. Where? False swipe. Okay. Can I use this from the menu? We're in Uncharted. You do, yeah. So my goal in this is to recruit every single Pokemon, which I never did as a child, but it's pretty expensive. You can see that I've bought most of the cheap camps at this point, but there's all these like 9,000 cost camps that I'm far off from being able to afford. Yeah, thankfully I'm today using the internet to hopefully use like every trick and exploit in the book to make it go faster, but it is quite a grind. Okay, so now we want to come here. And we are going to have to start doing jobs, unfortunately. I'll buy all the jobs for easier dungeons. Okay, so yeah, that's true. I mean, we man, I remember spending so much time on like game FAQs on like how to get every platinum bolt in Ratchet and Clank. Oops. Okay. Those are all interesting places. Dark Knight Relic is a dungeon that's worth going to because it spawns... Hi, April. It spawns Miss Magus, which is another Pokemon that we want to farm. But Heracross is our #1 concern, and Heracross lives in... No, I don't think so. Or if it was, I didn't notice. I think that might be like a quality of life thing. But it is a surprise. Okay, Heracross lives here. And we want this, and we want to depart. Now, unlike what we've been doing up until now, we don't want to have them split up. The if you're only used to playing with the old, the original, the most amazing difference is that you can change who you're controlling just whenever, which is so nice, because I remember in the originals it was like kind of frustrating that you never got to play as any Pokemon other than your starter. But now you can just switch and you can make them all split up and then like... Okay. Cool. Big helpful. Skip loom. I could offer a donation to name Pokemon, but I don't feel that this stream is like high enough quality to warrant donations. Like I would feel bad soliciting. I'm very happy though to name Pokemon after chat if you would like a Pokemon named after you. I'm willing to do it for free. Also, there's no one watching, so no one would do it, even if they could. Yeah, sure. Who do you want to name? Do you want to be Absol? Do you want to be Heracross? If we can find a Heracross. You are more than welcome to name a Pokemon. My team is going to be... So I've got these three. Absol, Marchop, and Pikachu. And I intend to build a team of 4, which is Heracross, Misdreavus, Masquerain, and Dustox. That's like my late game plans. And I know those sound like a terrible late game team, but the way this game computes everything is so... just acquiring Dunsparces. Okay, Dunsparce. I don't actually really need you though. You have you have no obligation to comment in chat. I'm okay. You guys I mean, it's nice having you around, but there's no there's no pressure. I don't think this is like top tier stream quality content. Like, it may end up just being a grind. Come on, Heracross. How are you going, Isaac, within the confines of what you're able to talk about in a public YouTube chat of 2 people? Is all well? Nice, finish Mistborn 1. My god, I've got too many Duns passes. Yeah, it's an interesting ending with the you know, Calcia having a good time and Vin having a great time, I guess. The Lord Ruler having a great time. God, we've got so many creatures with us. Oh, my belly is done for. I need to eat an apple. Eat an apple, Absol. Yeah, I don't want to say too much in case you know, someone's reading Mistborn and they don't want to hear about the, you know, the events of Calcia Mistborn. If anyone in the audience is interested in Heracross, we've done it. Okay. So the question is figuring out. We're definitely going to enter a slower paced time now that we're through the campaign, because it will just be a matter of recruiting a whole bunch of Heracry. We want to get a particular rare quality on it, which is called Rapid Bullseye, I think. But there's a lot of rare qualities, so the chance of getting it from any particular Heracross is like 1 in 30 or something. It's pretty unlikely. And I don't want to take like 50 hours farming up for a rapid bullseye Heracross if, you know, it's just a lost cause. But before I commit to the Heracross, I suppose I actually don't mind if you faint. What the heck? The Cacturne awakened. That's terrifying. There's an item we can get in a dungeon that we should unlock very soon called the Friend Bow. And the Friend Bow will dramatically increase Absol's ability to recruit things. And later, Heracross' ability. Yeah, it is the same rules, but a lot of these Pokemon, the difference is that you can recruit Pokemon in a dungeon even if you don't have their friend area now. You just won't get to keep them after the fact. So like, I've got a Murkrow here, but I can't actually keep it because I don't have Murkrow's friend thing, so I'm not too worried about the deaths of these Pokemon. A couple of them I'll get to keep. I'll get to keep the Tauros and the Heracross. You leave. But it is also true that every Pokemon that I recruit is mine for good. So I should whoa. Yeah, it's very frustrating that they just sometimes choose features to make unavailable unless you pay for them. I remember back when you could like listen to music on YouTube and then have it on Callaway. Hi. Welcome. We've got the whole crowd. We can play some live live Half Creek plus Caitlin. Next Pokemon drawing. Well, those are on an exponential timescale. So probably it has been 7 years. But on the other hand, you could say it's only been 7 years, and maybe we're looking for like 600 or 800 more. I mean, maybe maybe one day. We're definitely not going back to Half Creek because Finn's on a different continent. I'm sorry, Isaac. We took Half Creek out back and we sent it to another farm, as they say. I think that's exactly what they say. We sent it to another farm. Maybe it is. Like if you're a yeah, that's true. I mean, Finn, he was mythical even at the time. Metachamp, yes. Hi. Need some pom-poms. It does. I feel like, is it vain to live inside a sculpture of your own head? Like, I reckon it's probably fine, but I can see how some people might think that there's some kind of like vanity issue going on. You like send your cattle to another farm when it's time for their untimely demise. Okay, we've gained access to the Stormy Sea. That's good. Yeah, tragic. And the Solar Cave. Now, I don't actually know how difficult the Solar Cave is, but we're certainly going to try it. I don't think I ever had my parents do the like... Okay, I'm scared. Do the your pets are in a better place thing. We did go and like release some frogs, but in that case I was the one who sent them to a farm down the road. And we didn't kill them, but they may have been eaten by a bird within like 6 seconds after their initial release. Oh, okay, I see. We're not blast control. We're not talking about small animals. They don't count. We now own a Jinx. And a Beldum. Oh no, Caitlin, they got you. I didn't bring the Heracross with me because it's really low level. And it doesn't have the right rare property. I can feed it some gummies. Okay, sorry about that. Easy come, easy go for you, I'm afraid. That's respectable dedication. Yeah, the ads, they do wear you down. Yeah, that's true. You got some plant-based meals from the Why Not shop? Is that a what the heck is the Why Not shop? I'm out of the loop. Why is this Apom so crazy? Uh-oh, he's awakened. It's just like what happened to Nightblood. the killing 10,000 zombies ads are a whole genre of experience. I think that like the utilitarian calculus points to it not being worth it for you guys to. Okay, we've actually defeated the Apom. I was a bit worried. We were gonna get annihilated. Interesting. That sounds like a. Okay, I'll make sure I don't miscancel it. So you can get like 3-week-old. I was gonna say milk. I don't know if you went through. Yeah, you can get like a bottle of 6-month-old milk for 50 cents, and then I mean, you have to. Sometimes ads turn out to be the true entertainment. And you've got to have someone who cares about the plight of the level 1 cook. The only ads I ever get are for Grammarly, and I'm so sick of them. But like, given that they're like bankrolling the multiple cents I've made, I like feel an honorary obligation to like, you know, watch them. But like, Grammarly, and like, I don't want to hear about the plight. All the ads are like, we're interviewing university students on the street, and they're like, what's the worst grade you've ever got? And they're like, a 70. And I'm like, wouldn't be me. Anyway. It's just not relatable. And also the people are way too chill about it. They're like, oh man, yeah, like I've got this essay, but like I want to do other things in life, and I'm like, I disagree. Like, the only two things that the human mind should be able to do with a looming assignment is like intensely procrastinate, like what I'm doing now, or intensely commit. And any kind of like relaxation is just beyond my mind to understand. Yeah, there's so many different AI businesses trying to get your attention. It's probably an amazing YouTube's got you figured out. Some of those like ads that are for like some idle game that you've never heard of, and they're just like a kind of visually satisfying but predatory like explosion are frustrating, because sometimes you do just want to keep watching them. You're like, ah yes, look at these orbs fall into this pit. But it so far has never translated to me wanting to actually download any of those games. I have too many Pokemon. Go home, Mr. Mime. I know, it's crazy, right? We've got the whole gang. To be honest, this is probably the best I've been in actual years at like prompt communication, and it's only because it's happening in a like one-sided parasocial way, which I shouldn't be laughing about, because it's a serious crime. So back, I know. Whoa, there's a Hypno and a Mr. Mime. I suppose it's how it's supposed. We can create like the you know, like you have like your streamer Jackbox games. We can be like the NLSS. You guys can be like the NLSS crew, and we can play Ultimate Chicken Horse, and then truly ascend. Ooh, a fainted Heracross. Another Apom. Apom, I beseech you to like target all my weaklings first, please. Not like that. Not like that. Okay. It's okay. We confuse one. That Metatite just got Why is this thing so powerful? True based. What do you guys think are like the all-time great ads? Like there's got to be some ads where you're like, yes, this ad. I'm finally, I get I'm worthy of the experience of watching this. Funnel fun. Thank you, Jonathan, for lampshading my behavior. I still haven't seen the Are You Safe at Home ad. But just merely based on the critical reception, it sounds like it's worthy of the title. Oh yeah, the old Cadbury ads. I'm with you. The old Cadbury ads were good. Natu's in considerable pain. Natu, no. Say it ain't so. The star means Caitlin's a paying member of the channel, which is very kind of her, even if unnecessary. And the wrench means that they're mods. So Jonathan and Caitlin are actually mods on the channel, and they could ban you other two if they wanted to. Really, you guys should all be mods, but you can't see my arms. Abel is on both of my arms, so I can't actually move my hands to mod anyone. But yeah, we just have a kind of natural hierarchy. I mean, really, what I think I should do is like hunt down Felix Brott and figure out what his YouTube account is, make him a mod, just to like make good on that $20 he gave me 25 years ago. Oh no, the hypno has ended. You could say it's like a cult if you wanted to. I would think of it more as like a kind of pyramid-based hierarchical regime structure. Chime Cho. An evolution crystal. Yes, please. I think it's bad manners to be engaging in. Warfare on the, and an empowerment seed. I think I want both of these. Did I get neither? Yeah, Caitlin's a long time chatter. She's you know, she's been grinding the channel engagement for the luxury of the crown. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing all right too. It's it has been a minute. All right, Mr. Kickball. It's coincidence, it's coincidence. Correlation does not equal causation. My my friend. It's it's innocent, it's unfounded. We have a clear hierarchical organization in this cult, based upon oh, the pig ascended, based upon stream joining order. I didn't even know there was an XP system for for being a chatter. You can see why people get like parasocially stuck in these realms. You start having to like, oh, I gotta do my time in chat to make sure that my like reputation rank is high up, or else like I'm gonna get banished from the land. Yeah, it's a dangerous realm. Isaac, for only $19.99, you too can repair your ego by giving me money. There's a strict conversion rate on your financial capacity into my, time for you in the chat or something. That's not true. Don't give me any money. Caitlyn's unleashed the snacks gambit. It's a deadly maneuver that is known to decimate entire communities of would-be chatters. Well, so it's a speed run, and I know I'm not actually going that fast at the moment, but like in theory, it's a speed run of recruiting every Pokemon in the game. So the game itself, the fastest speed run is 2 hours 40 minutes, and I got the 80% at 5 hours, so I'm like 100% behind schedule. Or it took me 100% longer than the very best, but that's not so bad. I was expecting it to be worse. However, the fastest speedrun for this category is like 60 hours. 2 days, 18 hours. So you could argue that I should have less confidence in in myself. But I don't actually know how long it will take, because there's only one submission in this category, which is why I feel pretty comfortable claiming that I'm going to get second in the world, because in fact, there's only one currently. In theory, what we're doing now, if I had like the little speedrun measurer, is when we clear this, we get an item called the friend bow. And when you have the friend bow equipped, it boosts your encounter rate. It boosts your probability of an enemy joining your team when you defeat them by 15%, which is quite a lot. And so we should be able to... Oh, unless we starve to death. Which actually seems more plausible by the minute. Yes, we made it. Here we go. Friend bow. And we can ditch all these plain seeds. Oh no, Isaac, that's okay. The fact that it's damaged more only means that you have more incentive to rectify the damage. Puts you at more of a $500. Puts you at more of a chat deficit, which is why really, that feels exploitative. Not that should probably surprise me. But just imagine how good it would feel to have me say, "Thank you, chatter," and then never mention it ever again. Like, wouldn't that make $500 worthwhile? R.I.P. Technoblade. Yeah. Salute the Fallen. Okay. Hello, much thanks. A munch belt. Interesting. That's kind of good. I think the munch belt is like legit. I think that's a strong item. But it's not what we're after immediately. Now, friend bow, yes. Cool, and then we want to not trash. Okay, so the principal barriers to our victory now are money and ranking, which means we actually have to do missions. I know I've got stuff just everywhere, so much junk. Frigid cavern. Okay. But for now, I think we're just going to farm down the early dungeons. Oh yeah, true. You can certainly start backseating. I'm sure that there's the opportunities are rife. Accepted jobs. What do we have? I think the question is, do I just start farming out jobs? Maybe I do. Yeah. Well, the enemy's sword will come in clutch later on when I encounter some enemies. It's going to be crazy. Foolish streamer. Okay, we're going to need invitations. The enemy's sword is a rare post-game artifact that you only get for going to the powerful dungeon of enemies, which you unlock after you clear the event horizon mode. But once you've done it, I mean, the whole game opens up from there. It's crazy. But we're still like 30 odd hours away from the enemy's sword, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, I know. I know. It sounds like it's going to be like a bow and arrow, but no, it's like a bandana. It's like a little bow tie for your hair. And we're going to put it on our... Yeah, I'd wear the munch belt too. It's simply fashionable. Okay, so I have a spreadsheet up in my other tab that you guys can't see, where I'm tracking the various Pokemon that we need. And I can tell you right now that we want to recruit all of the Pokemon. We have the capacity to recruit all of the Pokemon from this dungeon. I'll see if I can do that. Hang on. This is that moment when you like ask a streamer to mess with OBS, and they're like, "I don't want to mess with OBS, man. Anything could happen." It holds true, but let's see if I do this. Whoa, and then. Expand this way. We don't need to. There we go. So we're going to Tiny Woods, and we're going to try to recruit a Pidgey or 3 Pidgeys and execute a Sunkern and a Wurmple. That's our goal. And with the sheer power of the friend bow, and moreover, the munch belt, I think we can do it. Oh, then I should bring Twitch chat back up. Yeah, I may in fact already have a Wurmple. I think you're probably right. However, counterpoint, I haven't written it on the spreadsheet yet, and they say that until something is entered into a spreadsheet, if a Wurmple falls in a forest and no one is around to database it, did it really fall? Farewell, Isaac. It's been good. It's been good having you in chat. Thank you dearly for the engagement. Look at all these friends we're making. Okay. Pikachu. Hold that thought. Whirlpool. The power of the friend bow is staggering. This is an unbelievable quantity of friends that we're acquiring. There's a particular rare power that we're after, which is called Small Stomach, which will hopefully inflict perhaps a Pidgey with a small stomach, which we can use to cheese. We can use to cheese grind out stat boosting items and like sort of eugenics create the ultimate Heracross. Something that I'm deeply invested in. We don't need more Suncones. Suncone can face the music. Oh yeah, this is an important plug. Long-time viewer and #1 chatter Pungent Squares has created a mushroom-based social media presence, and I highly implore all of my audience to direct their attention to that. It's probably the single greatest. Yes, also bugs, also anything you might find in the average like leaf litter or maybe swamp wetland, you'll find it on @ShroomlingKate. Is that how Instagram works? Is it like an @ or is that Twitter? Okay, we gotta get spreadsheeting, and spreadsheeting is part of the speedrun, so we've got to record. Praise be to the algorithm for sharing us, modern influences to the wider world. Okay. Let's see what we got. We have in the power plant a Magnemite and an Elekid. So we should certainly mark Elekid with a 1 here. We have a Shuckle. Which we should mark with a 1. We have a Wimple. Which we should mark with a 1. We have 3 Sunkern, which is too many. We don't need this many Sunkern, but it's okay. Well, I say it's okay, but I'm also about to go send this one to a farm down the road. And then Heracry. Okay, so do we just like... I think we just choose this as our like main Heracross and we just feed it everything. And we hope that we get the right rare quality. We don't need Brawl. We'd rather have Funnel Fun. Wary Walk sounds better than Funnel Fun. Steamroll is incredible, actually. It's not the greatest ability, but it's really good. So I think we're gonna sit on Steamroll for Heracross for now, and we're gonna say goodbye to this Heracross, who's worse. Okay. So now what we need to do is try to get a Misdreavus, which we get from a more difficult dungeon. Which I think we own, but I will have to consult the spreadsheet. Darkness Ridge. Do we own Darkness Ridge? No. Oh, yes, we do. Okay. So in that case, we should grab some gear. Or do I need to do that right now? Maybe not. Maybe what I need to do is just grind out some recruitments. Dark Knight Relic is a place I want to be. Difficulty S. And then 2 in Thunderwave Cave. That I think we want both of. Okay. to check our jungle to make sure that we don't have an execute. So we still need to do another tiny woods. But we also need to do a Thunderwave cave. I believe we need Voltorbs. I've closed chat because my brain's been on mushrooms. Oh, look, there's so much engagement going on. I mean, I have to scroll back to see what's going on. Mount Aspiring's biodiversity group follows you. That's amazing. But it's good to get prepped now because, like for me, my my channel's in a kind of lull because there's no new Pokemon game coming out. But there's also no new mushrooms coming out right now. So like when we get around to next, like late summer, that'll be when the mushroom audience is primed. Are you gonna like train to do the like giving them a little boop on the head when they've been good? Like a hello mushroom. It's so nice, and then you let their spores out. Because that's like a mushroom influencer move. I feel like it would be such a satisfying thing to be able to like know what was poisonous and what you could eat, and then just go out and like forage for food. It would make you feel so, you know, attuned to the wider world. But it's also a very easy way to get killed by your own hubris. Have you seen the YouTube channel Atomic Shrimp? They do like foraging videos and then like opening weird cans and then like scam baiting. That's a high quality YouTube channel. I like the videos where he's just like, here's some, I'm making a meal with like random junk I found while I was foraging in the English wilderness. Yeah, the scam baiting stuff is the biggest stuff. I think that's how I like saw him. But the foraging content is like the true that's the true stuff. Oh no. I think Jonathan, you've just delivered the first -2 in chat history, which is, you know, a momentous occasion. Someone's got to do it. Is -2 like a generic Twitch thing, or is it just a Northern Lion thing? Because I think I've only seen it in the Northern Lion context. little foul mushrooms. It's from Germa. Of course it's from Germa. That makes sense. Of course, of course. You've got to give the foul mushrooms a chance, I think. Like you want to use your influencer position for good and or at least I don't want to make claims about what you should do with your influencer position, because it might be rich of me as someone who's decided to use his platform for exclusively Pokemon slow speedruns. But at the same time, like you gotta give the foul mushrooms credit. You can't just let the foul mushrooms wither away and really. That's brave of your mum to cook them up. It's pretty good. Wait, who's gonna call the viewers which? Am I gonna call them foul? Yes, I am. I'm gonna call them. Oh, the stinkhorns. It's pretty good. If you're in the like Instagram influencer space, do you have like a? Is it like? Do you have like a name for your fan community? Are there factions in the people uploading pictures of different biological entities? In that arena? Surely not. I'll swipe. We move on. You had someone DM you to model some jewelry. Wow. That is incredibly sketchy. But like, imagine if it was just like legit, and you became a jewelry model. That'd be pretty iconic. A Timu necklace. A Timu necklace model? I can't imagine anything better to do with your life. we need to go into the darkness, I believe. Not to the story sea. We need to go to Dark Knight Relic. Our team needs to be Heracross, Absol, and Pikachu. Apples. Have any of you heard of a soffit? I have not heard of it. Okay, this is a poor start to this experience. What context did you hear about a soffit? It certainly sounds like a word I've never heard before. I see. This dungeon is beyond my pay grade. I don't think I can clear it with my current powers. Oh dear lord. Okay. Abel! Yeah, meow! Okay. We have to leave. So glad we were not clearing that. You said you did a time, April. Yeah? Yeah. That's understandable. He has been fed. Don't think we need anything else from here. I'm deep in concentration now, trying to figure out exactly what we're doing. I think we have to go to the illusory grotto. I'm making the executive decision that this is an illusory grotto moment. I acknowledge how controversial that might be. Does anybody here have a small stomach? Looking for small stomach folks. Whoa, Jonathan. Interdepartmental bridges. That's pretty good. Are you guys, when you say there's a long-standing beef between departments, I'm imagining Severance, and there's like some painting on the wall of the other departments having like a murderous streak. Okay, we've done it. Next. We should... Where do we go from here? What a challenge. Dust Tox. We want to recruit a Dust Tox. Yes. I'm talking to myself while the chat takes on a life of its own. Okay, Marchop. Yes. Give items. Yes. It seems to be a pretty common thing with organizations where, like, once you start having chains of command, then you get mutually exclusive bubbles. Not the SharePoint beef. It really is a corporate paradise out there. I was trying to program like a small little game in the line of this game that I'm currently playing, and I accidentally deleted a line of code that I like needed, or like a chunk of code that I needed. I was making it in Godot, the game engine, and I went on Reddit. I was like, is there any way I can retrieve this? And Reddit was like, you absolute buffoon, you didn't even upload it to a GitHub repository, and so you don't have access to your prior versions. How could you make this classic programming blunder? And I was like, you're so right. I know, well, that's the thing, Reddit's completely right. But at the same time, I was like, it's unhelpful right now. But also, sometimes you just don't want to hear the good word, even when the good word is correct. That actually would be helpful, because I do have the GitHub app installed on my computer, but I haven't really, like, you know, I just use it to download various bits of freeware from the internet. I would kind of like a polywag, actually. Come on, Absol. You gotta make a run for it. out of belly. Gotta eat an apple. I'm sure you could get good at the speedrun tactics for acquiring Pokemon, but it's a very different kind of speedrunning. Oh, the Dustox didn't join us. Maneuver from what I have been doing up until now. So I'm going a bit slow. I need to be switching when... Yes. Switch when it's a Pokemon I don't need. I understand. Okay. Bye, Jonathan. Thanks for tuning in. I'll probably end this soon because it is getting late and I've been going for ages. But appreciate all you folks joining the party. Yeah, that's understandable. Oh, my app's all starving to death again. I never had this problem when I was like speedrunning through, but now that I'm actually exploring, it's like brutal. Bit comfy. Hope you survived your busy day today. And we're almost at the weekend, which is very wonderful. That's a lot of work. I think. Understandable. It sounds big tiring. I was so wiped out yesterday, even though I didn't didn't hardly do anything. But it does just like... There is something quite sublime about coming home after an exhausting day and then just being allowed to collapse. Yeah. It's a hard life out there. Yeah, progress. Okay, we need to try that ghost dungeon again. But it is very intimidating. I'm gonna make sure we have an escape orb. And then we need to try the Stormy Sea. 2 reviver seeds. It's not probably enough. I would say blind. Everyone's on fire. We proceed. People. dungeon is so scary. Technically got what I came for here, which was a mischievous even. But it's not a very good mischievous, so if I can get one with a friend power, that would be ideal. There we go. We're getting out of here. I'm not sure if this is Purity Forest, Joyous Tower, Silent Chasm. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to get a higher level dust dogs, but I'm starting to suspect that there isn't. Where is our mischievous? Steamroll, okay. I think that's amazing. Question mark? And then we need to find dust hogs. Then we need to go get a masquerade. Okay. I got an escape. Shop it. Oh wow, it's gotten real dark on my on my camera. Hang on, I look like I'm sitting. There we go. Some nice atmospheric lighting. Yeah, I've been going for ages, I suppose. My time is at 7 hours, which doesn't bode well for me because I don't feel like the last few hours have been that productive. But it's nice that, you know, all the gang showed up to have a chat. Yeah. You're who I want. Join me. Join me. Didn't join me. Whoa. Join me, I say. But don't kill me. Welcome, Masquerade, welcome. I just need to find a gummy for you. A Bulbasaur. I wonder if I can house a Bulbasaur effectively. Have a good dinner. I hope you managed to get it done without too much freezing to death. And thanks for showing up. Do I? magnetized. Okay, we've got our masquerade. That is another step in the right direction. Now, we need to come to the Pokemon tracker. Okay, there's nobody in the stream anymore, and that benefits me actually, because I can now strictly focus on getting an execute, which is my primary goal. Is it? Yes, it is. Because we should clear out some of these early dungeons. Reduce the complexity of what I have to do by where is masquerade favorite? Items, withdraw items. Reflect. Light screen. Safeguard. Deathstalk's not letting reflect. Oh, maybe Deathstalk sucks actually. I think Deathstalk might actually suck. We need a bug type that learns both reflect and light screen. Deathstalk, I'm sorry, you failed the test. love to have an execute with us. Sorry, Wimple, I overestimated your powers. Pokemon list. Heracross. Itagami. Okay. Full swipe, please. No full swipe. That's okay. We need Fossil and Minun from there. to meet you. Join me. Dress. That was not a plus or a minor. I think we just do like the easiest dungeon that we haven't cleared out yet and farm up some stuff. That makes sense as a strategy. Oh, I've never been in here before. My speed, my timer, no. No false swipe. No deal. We have Dust Hawks, Farfetch'd, and Gloom from here. Dust Hawks, Farfetch'd, and Gloom. Everything else is fair game. We don't... Where am I? Capture list. No apple. No. Apple. Yes. Steamroll Weedle, huh? That is interesting, because Beedrill's actually pretty good. Tediosa acquired. Fampi acquired. Yanma acquired. We have nobody from this region, which is very good. This seems fine. Wow, okay. I know I've been just sitting here in silence for an hour. I'm kind of in the aftermath of a social episode, and so I'm just like, you know, relaxing. But I was doing one of those Thunderwave cave runs, trying to get a Fossil and a Minun, because they're the only Pokemon from Thunderwave Cave I didn't have. And I was like, maybe I'll just try to get them somewhere else, because it's taking me ages trying to get them from Thunderwave Cave itself. And then I do this Illusory Grotto run, and I get both. Amazing. Couldn't have asked for a better grotto. And now I think we try to do the Stormy Sea. Well, I really want to get full swipe for Heracross, so I'm kind of enjoying like fast advancing the days. No, partially because I may go soon. I'm getting tired. No full swipe. I won't do Stormy Sea yet. I'm thinking that I take the Mount Steel one. Dark Knight Relic one. Take more. Wow. So we're fully done with Tiny Woods and Thunderwave Cave. We never have to go to either of those places again. We have lots more to get in the Great Canyon. But the question is, do we have all the friend areas? We do. Okay. We can now. We can. In theory, recruit everything from the Great Canyon now. Vileplume would be nice. Oh. My tactics are all messed up because I had them on. Don't use moves. We want... Maybe this is actually correct. Okay. It didn't work out the way I was hoping. We want everyone going the other way. So I think my final team is going to be Heracross, Masquerain, this Magus. I'm pretty set on that. Absol, I guess, is like a bonus catcher if I need a second full swiper. It's pretty good for now, but I don't know if it's got longevity. Once we just need to get any Pokemon. Well, preferably we'd get it on one of our mains. But if we can get any Pokemon with small stomach, then we can... Let me go on. We can properly farm Buried Relic. In Buried Relic, there are items in the walls, and we can send Misdreavus into the walls to get the items. And the items are like permanent stat raisers. It's like if you've ever played the video game Realm of the Mad God, it's like kind of janky 2D pixel game. I played quite a lot of it as a teenager. Good game. In that game, you want to like 6-8 your characters. You want to, it's called 6-8ing because you have 8 stats, and 6 of them are like easy to max out. And the whole kind of early game is just about like getting your character up to the stat cap. And then after that, you kind of enter the late game where items are your way of progression. Similar in this. Right now, we're like far below the stat cap, but if we can farm Buried Relic for a while, we should be able to create like a Heracross with unholy strength, which will be able to get us through all the late game dungeons. We've got a Shuckle already. I do not need another Shuckle. Sad we didn't get that Breloom though. I'd like a Breloom. I'm pretty sure we don't have a Cactoon yet. I definitely have like recruited them, but I don't think I had the desert area when I did. So anyway, yeah, if we get a Mismagius, then we can... If we get a small stomach Pokemon, then we can use our Mismagius to go into the walls of the Buried Relic and farm all these stat boosting items. Which sounds pretty nice. An Amber Palm, huh? See, Heracross already hits like 1,000 times per second with all of its multi-hit moves. We can do even better than that once we get the rare quality Rapid Bullseye. No thank you, I already have a much better Heracross. Which will make it so that your multi-hit moves always hit. And then we can Mega Evolve Heracross and truly be a force of annihilation. It does mean I guess I may end up replacing Steamroll at some point. Like if I want Rapid Bullseye on Heracross. Well, maybe not. There's a thing that Mismagius can do with Perish Song, where if you give it a rare quality called Narrow something or other, it will Masquerade has no PP. Well, you can make your moves have perfect accuracy if you're in the corridor, and then you can use Perish Song and it will hit everything in the entire map, and guaranteed apply Perish Song to it, which will mean that it will faint. And that's pretty good. I think, at least. That's pretty good. But that means that we would want Small Stomach, steamroll, rapid bullseye, and the narrow corridor one. We've only got three. We've got 3 Pokemon slots, so we'd have to make sacrifices somewhere. I think that small stomach is the most boring one, but also probably the most mandatory, because it otherwise belly management in the 99-4 dungeons is going to be very frustrating. Do we have a Pitcher Berry? Perhaps not. Do we have a Houndoom? No. Houndoom is deceased. Belly. So the question is this item here a Pitcher Berry? It is. That's good. Not a very successful recruitment run, but that's okay. I didn't quite check ahead of time who I actually needed to recruit. Cacturne is good. Dojo tickets. Seeds. But I get the impression that we're kind of fishing for a false swipe TM so that we can deprecate Absol completely. Didn't get one. How many jobs can I accept? My goodness. Desert region. Okay, desert region's interesting, but if we're gonna go to the desert region, definitely need to. Oh. Is this like a move tutor? It is, but not for moves I actually want. Okay, I do want Heal Bell quite a lot. And Uproar. What's Magic Coat do? Not very good. call it there for now. And pause timer. And we're ending the stream. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh yeah, hi Isaac. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I'm done. I'm done with all this. But it was fun. But I'm leaving.